Hello. Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? My name is Alckemy. Welcome to the channel. I'm just quickly making sure. Yeah, okay, we have sound. What's good? How's life? What's going on? We kind of just wrapped up a track with the Saturday. I guess we wrapped up the arrangement, and the more that I listen to it, the more that I'm kind of like happy with it, if that makes sense. So today we're just going to kind of do some sound design, kind of vibe out and kind of just chill and stuff. But before we do anything, I think that we have a couple of quick play spells to get through. Let me leave a link in the Discord in case if anybody wants to participate. But what this is a 15-second hotline for demo submissions and for just sharing a clip of something that you're working on, or just something to hold you accountable for being like, hey, if you want your stuff played on stream, you can do that. The rules are a 15-second time limit. Make sure that it's safe for work, and please only submit one per day. But it could be, a track idea. It could be, a cool little melody. It could be some chords. I don't really care as long as it fits that criteria, and you submit once per day. But yeah, this is a great way to give back to the community. And I think that I'm going to keep pushing this probably for the next few months until we kind of already know what's going on. Excuse me, but get in there, submit. We have a lot of people that are super consistent, like Grim and Michael. So, it's just a cool way to, I don't know, share, I guess, if you will. Let's go ahead and get through these, and then we will Monday, Sunday, Saturday. I don't remember if we played this or not. It's only a few seconds, so we'll just go ahead and play it again. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Dope. So get in there, submit your stuff, and I don't have much to say about it today, but that was pretty sick. Um, yeah, so let's go ahead and start with some drum breaks. I think that I'm gonna keep taking some stabs at doing some drum and bass stuff. Um, yeah, I heard a song. Let me actually text Zayaku. I went out to watch him last night, and he played a set out in Vegas. And let me see here. It was actually pretty funny. I'm gonna brag about Zayaku for a quick second. Where's the memes? But yeah, he played some really cool drum and bass that I had actually never heard before. But yeah, big up Z. You're fucking full. But yeah, I need to send him a message and get a couple of those tracks because I want to write something like some of the stuff that I heard. I know, right? Pretty funny. But yeah, he played a lot of drum and bass, a lot of cool stuff, and I thought that was pretty fun. So, what's going on here? Oh, I might have to update where this is. Okay, library settings, library path. It's in the Alckemy backup. There we go. Easy drummer. Close. Untitled 2. Avatar. Change path. Alckemy backup. Yes, it is. Totally is. Here we go. Avatar. Full installation. All tools. Oh, this is twice now. Okay. Remove path. And then with this, I'm just going to also set this missing and just remove path. Okay. Additional library. And I think we're good. Main library, library settings. Well, where's the main library at? Because this seems fine. Maybe I just need to close this and then advanced. Select libraries. There we go. Okay. Let me close this and then try to open it back up and see if that works. I forgot that I renamed my hard drive, so a lot of stuff that was routed where it was supposed to be is no longer. There we go. All right, sweet. So maybe if I can get both of these, there we go. Just start with 1 bar. Cool. All right. So now that we got that, let's go ahead and start kind of building up on this. It is so quiet. All right, what's up, everybody? Hey, Will, what's up? Thanks. Oh, is this late? It is. That's why I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was me. So something I'm really trying to like dial in here is just getting the shuffles and making them super sick, because that's one of the hardest things. The kicks and snares are okay, but getting like that really awesome, just like insane drum groove. I'm trying to like really exploit what what I need in order for this drum beat to be like, oh, okay, now that shit's banging, if that makes sense. Crap like always. Are you even trying anymore? I don't even hear this. Oh, well, duh. Of course I don't hear it. Oh, thank you. Oh, that needs to be Hundo Percento. That actually sounds pretty good. Almost. It's weird, like there's a slappiness to this that I really like. Um So with the hats, that's kind of the thing that I need to fix here because I want I want these to be a little bit tighter. Too much transient on the hat, maybe? No, it's fine. It's actually too much tail on the hats. They don't sound good on their own, but when they're sidechain with the drums, they sound fine. And then if I had something, I guess I could try like smooth operator, but that is not doing what I wanted to. I don't want to use Soothe just because of the latency on it, but I'll just use this. Okay, so something else that I'd like to do as well. Oh, that's another thing that I'm going to do. Maybe on this as well, something that could be super helpful. Key trigger with velocity. Is maybe I can use a step here. Just do this in 4 steps. Set the velocity to 0. And set that up. So that way within this, is the velocity attached to this? Because if I can get the velocity to match with this, then I think that will be something that I'll just do it here on the main. Okay, I can't do it on the main. That's annoying. We will go to note, voice, envelope, macros, MPE. What? What? Okay, well, since they want to be all stupid, we'll do it this way. There we go. Ah, there we go. That helps a lot. Okay. What just happened? Okay, so now with this, I'll probably just grab a tool and try to do the same thing. And just create a little bit more dynamics within the shuffle. You, Saturn. You got a lot of cooks in this kitchen today. You could just let me work. That'd be cool too. That's interesting. Okay, so now that we have that, we can back off of the transient. Kicks and snares are fine. Okay, I'm gonna fucking crush these. Sick. Kind of help create a little bit more of a wall of sound with this. Now, I would like some, really want there to be a crash. Oh no, just the envelope. That's kind of strange that this envelope hold maybe the release. There we go. Yeah. What's it called? My very first video on this channel was with Superior Drummer and Addictive Drums. What do I think about Addictive Drums? Oh, Superior Drummer is way better by far. But you have to realize, like, it's also way more expensive. Yes. I think that Addictive Drums is easier to use, but Superior Drummer just has so much stuff in comparison, so many more features. But yeah, I would definitely say that it's way easier to use Addictive Drums just because the sounds are a lot more, they're honestly a lot more loud, and the kits and whatnot are a lot tighter, I would say. Fuck is this girl listening to? Hello? There we go. Cool. So now we at least have. We probably want to take all that out of the group, but once we do that, get out of there. Get out of your mind. Yeah, basically. Excuse me. Um, what's it called? Like, if I were to pull up a kit from Addictive Drums, it's been a while since I've used this. But yeah, they're a little bit drier already, and so it's a lot easier to kind of just um kind of go into a brand new kit. How do I do this? Excellent audio. Do I have a user preset? I think I do. Is there like an initial kit? I haven't used this since its update. Audio recorder, Addictive Drums. Is there really not a way to like make this just default? Crazy. But yeah, I mean, since it has, these effects here are kind of pretty usable right out of the gate. I really don't I do like the way that this looks, but it's kind of overwhelming. At least at first glance. But yeah, I mean, yeah, these sound good already. You could really just distort these and clip them, and you could probably make them usable right out of the gate. Sounds preset in it. I thought I presets. Explore page order. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are all presets. There we go. Yeah, so just pick from one of those, one of those, one of those, one of these. Building a kit is a little bit easier too, as you can see, because it just works a little bit faster. I only have 3 rides. Flex. Let's go extras. Cowbell. Trigger. Yeah, we can use something like that, and then maybe something like a trigger snare. Yeah, so I mean, if we were to just grab like a beat. All right, so I think within this, what we would just want to do is go into this and just reduce this by quite a bit, which will help a lot. Oops. They're a little dark. Cool. So now we can switch this around. That's a really that is a really high kick. And there's a lot of room in that. Interesting. Set a pitch envelope. Just grab this. The gating is really nice. There we go. There we go. No, I'm just, like I said, I'm just fucking around today. I'm not really trying to make anything. I wrapped up the arrangement of a track on Saturday, so I'm not really like, oh, I need to get back in the studio and cook. Actually sounds pretty good. If we can just grab a pitch envelope here. Yeah, so as you can see, like, this is a lot easier to just make dry. And with this, yeah, I'm okay with that sounding a little different, actually. Hold, start, release. Yeah, I have it. Not all the kits. No, yeah, me neither. Actually, even with addictive drums, even with Superior Drummer, I only have a few kits. But it's okay, like, I don't really mind it. Alright, how are we doing here? What is this? I think with just a little bit of EQ over the whole thing. I can drag this out, right? Yeah, okay. What? What? Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Gates they added? The gates that who added? Yeah, so this is definitely a different flavor, but it still works. On the room, over in the master section. Trig gate? I don't know, I'd have to hear it. Oh, this is great. Yeah. Because what this means is that, like, so in Superior Drummer, I have this extremely elaborate setup. Where, if you look at this, like, all the MIDI is going to completely separate channels. So kick, snare, hats, toms, addictive, or that's nothing, but overheads and ambience, right? And so on this, something that I have a lot of usually is this note receiver and a tool. And what this is, well, it's a gate. So if we listen to this from here, it doesn't look like I have one on there, but I will just take one from here and put it on this. And what I can do is, instead of use a gate, I can set this note receiver to take from strum bus, ambience, effect layer chains, replacer. Turn this on. This is just creating a click. And so I can create a gate with this. This actually looks like a sidechain. So I would just flip it. But, yeah, you can get really precise with this, which is nice. Yeah, so there's that. And then on all this other stuff, like, look at the snare. There's just gates like this, right? So it's like LFO tool, you know? And so with this, it's nice that they kind of have one built in. Although I still might want to route it somewhere differently. I don't know, but... I think it depends, you know? It just depends on what you're going for. Yeah, a little bit of EQ on this can do a lot. Yo, what's up, Michael? How are you? So we can use one of these guys and make this dynamic. And normally I would send everything out to separate drums, but whatever. But these are very clean. What I might do is add this here. There we go. there a way that you could sidechain that? That's a little better. Yeah, I think the big thing is just fixing that hat. Yeah. Oh no, you can do it externally, but I don't want to. What's being triggered? Is that not? I don't think it is. I was hoping there was a ride or something. There we go. All right, how are we doing here? It's actually not terrible. It just needs a little bit more. A little bit more push. And so we can use like disc tube or something to give it a little extra bite. Yeah, like, that's not bad. It's a different flavor, but I also processed it a little bit different as well. I mean, compared to this, which is absolutely crushed. But it's actually kind of in a similar flavor now that I listen to it. I'm a bit scared of distorting too much. Sounds good. Well, that's kind of part of it, right? Is like overdo it and then back off. That's sick. We did like some reverb over this. No, I want a better one, like something like this. Hey, Aaron, what's up? Dude, what happened to Jared? He said like one thing and then like lost all his motivation. Where you at, hater Jared? I haven't even gotten a chance to ban you yet. Yeah, so I think this is it's pretty cool. So I'm gonna turn this off for a bit. Turn all this off, turn this off, turn this off. Ouch. What do I want to do? Actually really like some of that I just played. Even though it's just sine waves. kind of can just sketch all these ideas out, and even though I'm not writing the MIDI down, I can always kind of just figure that out. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try to start with an atmosphere or something first, just because sometimes it's a little bit difficult to a little bit difficult to figure out what I want to do with this. So let's grab a random. Let's actually use a wavetable. I want it to be a little bit airier. It's probably because it has so many harsh mids, to be honest. Like, probably this right here is just screaming. Yeah, okay. We're getting closer. Maybe some good old-fashioned reverb. A little bit of saturator over the top. A little bit of noise, I think, would be helpful. Oh. Hey, granular. uh, try to make ghostly noises out of it, you know? Thank you. Wait. I was like, what? Lawmonger. This is the grid. Yeah, it's part of Bitwig. Yeah, it's just a basic feedback system that is giving it all that texture. Wait, what? Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I do this a lot. I'm just kind of messing around with different sounds and trying to get some weird shit. Except for Convolve and Snap Heap, if you had to choose the next one to get, what would I go for? Probably, do you have Slice EQ? I mean, it also depends on like what do you make, you know? And also what DAW do you have? Like for me in bass design, Slice EQ is a godsend, or filter table, or shape shit. Yeah, like for me the must-haves: Studio One, Wanna Shift. I think for me, Convolver, filter table, and shaper table are like, man, I gotta have those. Slice EQ is really nice too. But it's interesting. Like I actually use almost every single plugin or every single effect in here at some point or another. Yeah, actually, now that I look at this, I use every single one of these. So I think that it would depend. Do you have a convolution reverb? Do you have what kind of distortion units do you have? Like I'm not really familiar with what Studio One first party plugins have, to be honest. That's like one DAW that I've never used. But I would maybe take a look at this toolbox and see if you don't have any replacements for it, and then kind of take that into consideration. So what is making this jump and play at different speeds? Because it's not supposed to be doing that. What other stuff do I have? Yeah, I really like that texture. But hmm. Oh man, I'm always tired. I'm always tired. Gritty and litty. Uh oh, what for that sound? Well, track if you like aggressive toms, it's not. If you'd add like aggressive, almost DJ junglist toms. Yeah, I'm not really trying to do any composition other than just like, well, exactly what the title says today. That's fucking sick. This thing with this melody. Hello. Yeah, but it'll be unlisted. So, excuse me. Because I try to save my algorithm by, what's it called? Not like flooding the video feed of just live streams because I stream 4 times a week. But I have a playlist called VODs, and then you can kind of just figure out where that is. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's always at the end. Well, it depends. Like, if I'm doing like a bunch of resampling stuff, I'll always like I always put a clipper at the end, but I'll do it in stages. But yeah, I clip it and limit is the motto. Ugh, that is so annoying. I've been trying to clip downstream from the start, then more upstream as I go. I'm experimenting with it. Wait, what? Huh? If you clip at the beginning, you're just adding distortion, first of all. Like, you need to consider what the end goal is of what you're trying to do. I mean, don't get me wrong. When you say experimenting, by all means, like, yeah, shit, good. You should be. But just as a matter of functionality, like, if I clip this signal here first and then clip it again, or even if I don't, the only thing that this is going to do is just add harmonics to this. It's going to squarify whatever this is supposed to be. So doing this at the end is more of a corrective thing for me usually, unless if I'm doing just straight up sine waves. But there's so many tools that I'd rather use for creating harmonics on a sine wave rather than just clipping it. A clipper is like, yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't have any good distortion, then use it. But for the most part, it's really just meant to actually give you headroom uh, without the sound being too noticeable. Or I guess in a more clinical way, it's meant to help increase your RMS without your peaks, jumping out. Basically, it makes everything louder. Not loads just to judge bass kick? What? Wait, what? Wouldn't recommend doing what I'm doing, by the way, right here. So bad idea to level bass and kick against a clipper, not just noticeably distorts just to judge them. I I don't want to say it's a bad idea, but um I'm forgive me, but are you using the clipper to try to see if your kick is working with your bass? Is that is that what I'm getting? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time like understanding what you're describing. See how loud they work together before distorting? When what is the purpose of distorting the kick and bass together? What are you trying to do with that? Avoid over limiting later? Uh I don't know about you, but whenever I limit, I just do this. Just leave it at 0. Whenever like so whenever I make drums and stuff, right? Like hold on. Where are these stems? So this was the first thing that we made in this project, were these drums. Everything here has its own individual clipper, and then it goes into a second clipper. And I don't really do anything mix-wise until I get them sounding okay together. As far as like what other elements do we have. But everything on here, kick, clipped. Snare, clipped. Hats, clipped. Toms we didn't use, but overheads, not clipped, but they're turned down. Ambience, not clipped, but also turned down. So, you know, whatever sound you do, as opposed to thinking about the sound from a whole project standpoint, I just make my shit loud. So that way, if I throw something in, I don't have to do like a bunch of processing, because everything usually goes to audio anyways, except for a couple of things. Let me save this for just design day. So let me show you a project that I finished a couple days ago, or I finished Saturday. Not that it's done, but in a means of the arrangement is there. So this kind of floats around like -2 LUFS, this isn't the loudest track that I've ever made, but I'll just kind of show you the mixing stuff and the philosophy that I've done through this, because it's loud and it's clean enough for me. But assuming this will load. My back. My neck and my back. Okay. Yeah, so just take a listen to this project. So yeah, um, this looks like a lot, but most of it is off. Will I use Ableton 12 someday? You mean this Ableton 12? No, I switched from Ableton to Bitwig. Um, yeah, so this is just a mid-side. I just opened up the same plugin, sorry. This is just automation, so it's not even on. It's just something for the intro. This is off, 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 off. This clipper is doing nothing. It's just pretty much there. And then, yeah, so really the only three things that I have on my master channel is an EQ, a clipper, and then a limiter that's at 0. So I don't really touch anything on the master for the most part. And this has been my template for years now. When it comes into everything else, yeah, I'm pretty sure. So this is being clipped by this. This entire track was done with Current, by the way. So if that's why you see all this stuff, I did a promo for them, which you'll hear this track on their promo here in a few days. But yeah, look, this is hitting at +8. That has a clipper on it. So really, like, I use clippers at the end of this stuff. Like, I try to get my sounds as good as possible. And then towards the end, when I'm trying to level stuff, that's where I'll use a combination of clipping and distortion and stuff versus volume. And it's just kind of like what it needs, if that makes sense. But I will say that there's an overall clipper that's pushing this at the end, everything together. There's another clipper here that's doing nothing. So like what it is you're saturating in stages. So as opposed to just like, you know, balls to the wall, max out, like you can do that, but I've found a lot more success in making my tracks seem more cohesive from doing stuff like this. So just clipping in stages and just clip it until it starts to break. But that's how I get my track so loud. This track, hate me, it's this is like -1.8 or something like that. Rolling samplers, summer balances, clap, snares. That's fine. Maybe, I think it's fine. I hope it's fine. Everything seems okay so far. What's missing? No, we're good. Okay. Yeah. So this track is like -1.8. Something like that. Yeah, so same thing though. Pro Q, limiter, clipper, and then on the drums, claps and snares, yeah. clipper on the kick, clipper on the other kick, clipping on the snare group rather. Clipping here. So just like, yeah, like I said, if you're doing it at the beginning, you're just really applying distortion, but you should be doing it at the end of the chain. And then also it's important that you distinguish the difference between using clipping for sound design versus sound design for mixing, because those aren't necessarily the same thing, right? And I think that that's important to consider. It's gonna rain again this weekend. Let's go. Let's go. So, yeah. Does anybody have any questions about that? Or did that kind of clear it up of like how, I guess not the right way, but how I apply it, and this is just how I make stuff really loud. That didn't save correctly. That sucks. That's supposed to be hella dry. I'll go back and fix it later. No. But yeah. So there's that. Yeah. Anyway. like that. I will probably do something with that at some point. That's also really cool. Okay. See what other wacky ways we can get lost. Why is the pitch jumping around like that? That's weird. That's really strange. It just cuts off at the end of it? Like, what? I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to do that. What the fuck? That is so weird. Oh, that might be why. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Anybody know that one? No. 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 Not Stranger Things. That's more Stranger Things, but I think in a different key. Okay, Ivy Lab. Maybe not that melody. That's pretty sick. Cool. So now that we have something like that, I'm just going to kind of. Normally, I'd run something like this through Beam, but my Beam plugin is broken at the moment for reasons. So we'll have to use stuff like Portal and other warping devices to try to get this to do something cool. It's pretty sick. Portal is still cool. Still does a lot of really dope shit. Do I have videos about Ableton? Yeah. Just type in Alchemy's, Alchemy Ableton. Hmm. How is a honky tonk made? I know that it's some kind of FM, but it's actually not too far off. 3 strings detuned, middle not detuned. Wait, 3 strings? No, honky tonk is a like a donk 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 donk. It's like a weird like organ. Can't remember how much. Do I mean honky tonk piano? Yeah. Oh my god. Yes. Each piano note has 3 strings, 2 of which are detuned. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds like it's saying oh, oh. I almost like wonder if I can turn this into like a crazy fucking bass. I feel like I can. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, bro. I'm just chilling today, so sorry, not doing anything too exciting. Wait. We're sorry, but this call cannot be completed from this telephone. is correct. Tech, what's up? Just kind of creating vibes. You bought Falcon? We have to talk? That thing is nuts. Uh, yeah, shit. The floor is yours. Go ahead. Can it have multiple instances of itself inside of a single patch like Falcon? I mean, it depends on what you mean, but generally yes. So let's say I wanted 7 instances of this, like this, right? I can go snap heap, and I've got 7 different lanes that are now running in parallel. And I can process each one individually. And if I need more lanes, then I can go into Snap Heap. And now I've got 7 more, all in parallel. So in a sense, yes. Copy that. I'm aware of this. I'm talking about the actual patch slash oscillators, not the effects. I mean, you can group the oscillators and then duplicate them. There is a finite number of oscillators, but yeah, you can have multiple instances of this. No, I think the max is like 16, I want to say. Okay, but like, what are you going to use that for? Like, what do you what do you need all that for? For a war? Okay, and the other issue is that look, Falcon has some cool stuff. Like it's also one of the only synths that has the IR cam type sampling, but it's hell of a nuisance to use. And its modulators and routing and all of that just sucks. It's just so whack. Its FM engine only supports um sine waves. So, like granted you can do some cool stuff with just sine waves, but like come on. That could well, the reason why I bring that up is like that's the only reason why I could see somebody needing, you know, that many that many oscillators. And not to mention the fact that, okay, yeah, maybe you can only have 16 here, but I mean, with the voice stacking, you can have up to 8. So 8 times 8 times 8 times 8, or sorry, not times 8, 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8. So what, 8 times 16? That's what, 256 voices, if I'm not mistaken? No. No. 8 times 16. Help me out here. 128. 128. Okay, so hold on though. The reason why I ask you is because you're obviously excited about it, right? Which I'm glad. I like, yo, if you love like Falcon, that's totally fine. I I support you. But it sounds like you're wanting me to see this light and I'm just not seeing it. I don't get it. Um Yeah. And I said that on paper, like Falcon is immensely powerful. It could run scripts. You can create interfaces for it, kind of like Max or kind of like Contact. You can build multi-sample instruments. Like, yeah, you're right, 100%. But it just fucking blows to use. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jellybean? Like, it's just Anywho, I was just wanting to share that. Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to convince me that Falcon was somehow cooler than Faceplant, which, like, you know, I here's the thing. The reason why I'm jazzed about all the tools that I use is because, like, there's a practicality aspect to it that I usually back. So, like, I don't have any affiliate. I know that you know this. This is for everyone else, but I don't have any affiliation with these companies as a means of, like, brand loyalty. Like somebody asked me why I like fanboy over Bitwig, and I was like, I don't. It's just that every other DAW I've used, has not been as efficient as this one for me. Oh no, 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 no. So don't get me wrong either. I've done sponsored content. Like I have a sponsored video coming out with Current pretty soon. But uh, but yeah, I wouldn't like if I didn't like Current, I wouldn't do it, you know. But anyways, what I'm saying is that I'm not completely unbiased. I try, so like take everything I say with a grain of salt. But when it comes into like art, like sorry, debating on like what synth this and why and all that, it's really about the practicality standpoint. You know, if you're somebody that's the fucking big time sound designer, which I'm not, you know, I can make some cool stuff, but I'm not like developing the next contact library that's going to, you know, change the game for the complete collection 15 or whatever the fuck version we're on these days. At the same time, you know, the purpose of me making sounds is to serve for music. And that's why I'm so hell bent on like tools of efficiency, because to be honest with you, I don't really want to spend a lot of time doing sound design anymore. I just want to make cool fucking songs and work on my composition. But I still need to have like some level of competence with my sounds in order for me to work on that. You know what I'm saying? And so at the end of the day, it's like you got to use whatever vibes with you. Yeah, dude. What? Sure. I'm all for it. Please come in anytime. Ask me questions. I always beg people to fucking have a conversation. Oh, I was wondering why that was so loud, and I forgot that we made 50 fucking copies of itself. Um, it's a good question. So first of all, this is my full-time job, meaning that I have a lot of hobbies, and I have, sometimes I'll do gigs for, you know, like circus related stuff or acrobatics, but that's like every once in a while. I'm no longer doing shows. Um, so like this is what, like, right now I'm working, but I'm making music, you know? And along the way, if I make cool stuff or whatever, it either goes into one of two things. It either goes into a preset pack or it goes into a sample pack, you know? So all of this and all of, you know, this cute little thing or whatever, I'm sure that somebody out there likes this. You know what I mean? And so I just save it. Um, but, you know, it goes hand in hand. So a bunch of it you'll use in your packs for sale. Yeah, that's part of it. But like the other thing that I'm doing right now, and the reason why I stream so much is because, well, for one, I like it. Like I need to say that first. Like I love most of my community. If you scroll up to some of the chat, some people are assholes, but like that's just part of it. Um, it's more towards the beginning. But like while I'm streaming, I'm making music, you know? The last track that I wrote, I did pretty much the entire thing on stream. Actually, I'll tell you this, 95% of all the music that I've made in the last 5 years has been on stream. Yeah, like almost every single tune that I've written has been on stream. Like if we just take a quick look, um, on stream, on stream, on stream, on stream, on stream, written on stream. This isn't a good representation because this playlist is like my entire discography of like everything that I've written that I still have a copy of. But yeah, like just about everything has been written on stream in the last 5 years. Well, I mean, what is there to know, really? You know what I mean? Like, I just sit down and I do one of two things. I either sit down and write some bullshit, or I sit down and I actually get something that's kind of cool. But, either way, like, there's kind of this, like, playground land of, like, this isn't meant to be a track per se, but I just kind of am enjoying the vibe and, like, having fun making the sound or whatever, and just kind of working on that. If I have like a beat in mind or whatever, then I'll go and try to, you know, get that down. It, and really that's the big thing, is if I can get to a beat and a hook, then I can make a track. But yeah, I think like that's the hardest part of making a track, is just getting an idea, or like getting a hook or getting a riff that has the energy or has the vibe. But once you do that, like, it's kind of off to the races. What was it, Friday? Oh, sorry for playing this tune again. For everybody else that's in the chat that might have already heard this, but this took 2 days to write. I did the first section, or I did the first half on Friday and the second half on Saturday. Hold on one sec. It's a loading. No, it's really not. It's probably like 50 tracks at the most. No, probably like 40 at the most. Yeah, it's really not that much. Well, look as well, like, there's a lot of empty tracks too. Like, that's empty, that's empty, that's empty, that's empty, that's empty, 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 nothing, nothing. Yeah. Yeah, there's really not that much. I'm really big about like less is more. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, this genre is called halftime. It's basically just hip hop but with sound design. No ending? I haven't I haven't figured out what I want to do with that yet. Hey Mesh. I mean, but it you could you can play it from beginning to end, you know, and that's kind of it. But yeah, we did this on stream on Friday and Saturday, and the only things that I didn't do on stream was, but I did explain it, was how I made the bass. Yeah, I explained that, and then the kick and the snare I made right before I went live. So I made this on stream, or I made this before I went live, and the snare. But I did make this snare on stream, so oops. Yeah, it's just current. So yeah. When I show the KD, it definitely sounds homemade. The kick drum? What does homemade mean? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I make everything from scratch. I can't remember the last time I made a song not from scratch. Sorry, I don't mean that as a brag, but just as a means of like that's such a tradition or a no pun intended, but a custom of mine that I have to make everything from scratch. I don't have the time. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not doing that. There's nothing wrong. But what I would say is like yeah, a little bit is spend a day making drums, but like build racks. Uh Random metal snare layer, you know? Because like once you have something like this, you can just make templates. And then you can, customize it. Or, you know what I mean? Or like make little changes to it. If I want this to smack more, you know, then you can do stuff like that. Or there's also these guys. So even I'm really surprised that there's not, okay, hold on. Like even these guys, let me see, 808. I could do that. And go, okay. 8 snare. 8 rim. And I'm not saying that you should make everything from scratch, because honestly, if you can not do that, then you are so far ahead of the game. But yeah, so that sounds like shit. But if I just do a couple of things to it, and that's kind of how you start building the efficiency. Just blast it and then pull back. Some OTT. And then some clipping. Like this will take you pretty far. This one I'd probably layer because this just sucks. But shitty drumming. But yeah, I mean, 3 effects can get you some pretty loud drums. Really been thinking hard about giving Bitwig a try as well when it drops 50% again. What are you coming from? Oh, you're from Ableton. Have you watched my Ableton versus Bitwig videos? I've got several. Get back to you after I've checked those out. Yeah, would recommend it. They're really good. Yeah, what are these hitting at? Yeah, just like hardly any 4 effects, you know? Yeah, it's good shit. But that's just, that's just studying up and then being like, okay, I know the formula of how to make my drums big. And then you take this knowledge pretty much of just these 4 things or whatever, and you apply it to all the other stuff. And then eventually it just becomes a conglomerate of all the same shit. Yeah, yeah. Those videos are long, so maybe, have a snack or something or do something else while you're listening to them. I try to, like, I use Sononym to help me try to do that, but I think that a lot of times it's incorrect. Like, I have the keys labeled in there, but a lot of times it does not translate well. But I will say that most of my kicks are either E or F. Like 90% of my kicks are like E or F. Or sorry, anywhere from D sharp to F. I'm doing everything in C and F. Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm trying to, so like some of my packs, um like if I make a granular pack for a preset bank for Faceplant or something, then I'll record everything in C. But a lot of stuff like I've actually just made for my own music. And that's why I don't subject myself to just making everything in C. Because that's a box that I do not want to get stuck in. But yeah, stuff like this is all in C, you know. Or this stuff, it might be detuned, it might be like crazy FM, but it's still in C. Yeah. I'd say stick around. You'll get used to it. We're gonna make that sine wave a little more interesting as well. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Sorry. Just having fun. Dude, feedback synthesis is so fucking wild. Trying to be really careful here not to, you know, kill us all. Wow. Oh shit. Just made some ghosts. That's pretty sick. Oof, this is like just on the cusp. I feel like I'm playing with fire here. Yep, definitely playing with fire. But it's cool, man. Some of the shit you just can't get out of doing anything else, and that's why I've been having a lot of time just making really simple shit like this, but and you know, on its own it sounds terrible. Had a nice melody there. No, the melody is consistent. Yeah, I'm just using the grid on this to Yeah. Is anything on here? Yeah, so like if you were to take something like this, which I apologize, that's really shrieky, I know. Speed still has somewhat of a hip hop vibe. It probably always will, to be honest. Yeah. Yo, thanks. Pop on a grave. That's generally how I do most of my stuff here, to be honest. That's fucking sick. I subscribe to you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Promise I'm not here to waste anyone's time. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, some crazy noises. Oh, I'm not trying to make music today. Like I said, I'm just vibing out and like doing things more so related to sound design and trying to break things. I finished a track on Saturday, and so today is kind of just like play day. What does that sound like that? Yeah, today's just fucking around. Like, we did quite a lot today. I've been doing a lot. The first thing that we did was went and made a bunch of drums. Well, not necessarily even that, but I just designed these drums in Superior Drummer and then modified them. We'll see. Oh, there we go. Something about that doesn't sound right now that it's loading, but maybe there's still plugins loading. And then we did a version for Addictive Drums somewhere. Yeah. And then I made a different vibe and started fucking with this. Yeah, just some stuff I'm kind of fucking around with, you know. I really like this sound though. Void. Because that's what that sounds like to me. Why do I hear boss music? Yeah, so I was just fucking with that, but we wrapped up this track on Saturday. Hold on one sec. I need a quick water break anyways, but this is what we did Saturday. Not liking is the fact that I can't choose a scale and have to do that in the key filter. Any tips? Yeah, download polarities. Download polarities extensions. You make chords, melody, scale maker. Yeah, I made a couple of other ideas lately that I'm willing to go back and finish. just some stuff that I like. I'm a hip hop guy at heart. Hip hop and neurobass. That's what we do here. Um, does anybody have any questions about anything? I don't know if you heard me. I was talking over the music, but Pop, go look up Polarity, and you'll find a link to his um, what's it called? You'll find a link to his scripts. They're very easy to install, and he walks you through how to do it. But you've got all these scales that you can come into if that's what you're looking for. Um, yeah, which is nice. Because you can just be like, yo, I'm just going to go Phrygian dominant. And we're going to pick that in D. And then you can pick something here, whatever this is. And so what you do is just play some notes. Then you go like this, and then you go fit to scale. And then this, wait, this should fit the scale here now. Yeah, or you go like this. You're like, all right, let's do just melodic minor. You go fit to scale. You see? And so it'll conform everything to whatever you want it to be. There's also like melody generators, chord generators, which is really nice. This isn't super robust, but it is a way to just kind of like get you going. And I don't use it that much, but it is nice every once in a while if I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna, get some notes in here, and I don't feel like doing it myself. Of course, I will say though that I've been using the Oxy 1 sequencer for a lot of shit lately. It's been really nice. But yeah. I already asked, but anybody have any questions or production things that you're wondering about, or what's up? What's good? How are you all? How's life? Could I work you through the melody generator and the chord generator? Yeah, I can do that. So let's just say you're using FM4. You go to the melody generator, wherever this is. Phrygian in F. So I'll just show you how to get it to work, but Polarity has videos on like the in-depth stuff with that, and I would recommend you just go watch that. But all you have to do is create a clip, and then go to the melody maker, and then pick your key, pick your scale. You can just fuck with all this other stuff. 2 bars, sure. There we go. And then all you have to do here is just go generate, and now it'll create a melody for you. And then if you change something in here, like let's say you go second octave, octave range 2 octaves, allow repeating notes, variation, repetition, whatever. These are just values that you can import, right? Then you go repaint, then you go generate, then it'll create a new melody for you. And so now if you listen, and then this actually is pretty cool. Like, it works. And chords work the same way. It doesn't always give you something cool, but I mean, really what this is designed for is not to like help you make your next banger. It's more of you know, it's meant to be changed and manipulated. And you could so like this is actually kind of cool. But it's as opposed to it, you know, being all skippy dippy and shit. If I wanted to change this into the aesthetic of something that I actually liked, then I could just make everything a little bit later. Hey, what's up? Yeah, and so now we just need to turn this into something like hella menacing. I think it was nicer with that shuffle. You can write your own melody if you want to. Am I working on any new packs? Not really. I've been focused on music as of late. Like, I just put out the drum course for Serum. You know, and so I'm wanting this to be something different than it is, but even just having this as a melody, you know, is something that you can kind of elaborate on because you can make chords out of it. So all you have to do is just consolidate this and be like, okay, let's make this the first chord. Do that. So you can literally just and I'm not saying that this is going to work, but at least one sound will, or at least like some chords will be usable. Actually, yeah, that works. So and then once you have chords like this, then you can break the key and stuff, you know, but or you can change modes or whatever you want to call it, but Some chi-like transitions. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah. You know, and then you could literally just take this. Hey, Pop. Just take the last part of this. Change that to a different sound. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I can't sing, but do, do. God damn it. There you go. Then there's our hook. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how you can take the melody and modify the melody and then make chords and then do all the other things to it. Cool little basses. You know. Make it all nice and pretty. But I am going to save this because I probably will turn this into a beat at some point whenever I feel like it. Nice little melody. So yeah, that's how I would use Polarity's scripts to come up with melodies and chords and stuff. Hope that made sense. Anybody else have any questions about anything? Give me one sec. I'm doing all right. I wrapped up a track on Saturday, and so today I've just been kind of meandering in sound and texture and stuff. I'm trying to accumulate the materials that I want for the next for the next track that I want to write, but I'm having a hard time building the vision for it. Like I know what I want it to be about, and there's a lot to it, but just getting access to, well, how heavy I want this to be and how crazy these sounds are that I want them to include is a relatively large undertaking. How's everybody else doing? What's going on? How's life? Oh, planning process is difficult. Man, like trying to make shit that I actually intend to make is so annoying. Once you do it though, it'll flow. Well, I've tried to make a couple of different versions already and it hasn't really worked out. So I think what I'm doing is like coming back to it and then doing something else and then coming back to it and then coming something else. It sounds like a time for a pilgrimage into the mountains. Fuck that. I don't go outside. I go to the gym. No, I'm just joking, sort of. I think like for the most part, um, a lot of what's required is just like research and development. And like I'm going back and like sourcing some old material of things that and looking of like what can I use for inspiration and what can I use to like not steal but like kind of help me paint a more clear picture. But it's definitely like something that you have to pace, because if you sit down and you're like, yo, I need to write this thing about something that I really care about and I need to do it right now, like that, and I want it to be like this and I want it to be hyper specific and whatever, it usually doesn't pan out. Time for the visions. It's time for the vision provisions. But yeah, I think the other thing too is the last time I tried to pull this project off, it just drove me straight into the ground and my burnout was immense and it sucked. So rather than taking that route, I'm just trying to enjoy making music but not get into a get into a pigeonhole. Sorry guys, my sleep schedule is so fucked, and I make myself wake up at the same time every day regardless of how much sleep I get, so I'm sorry for the yawns and all that. I can't help it. I think I'm going to do pizza tonight again for Corey. Sounds like that's what she wants for food, so probably do a little bit of that. Yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything else that I want to do today, unless if anybody has any production questions or something of the sort. Kind of same deal that I always do whenever I run out of things to do or things to talk about. I ran out of things to say. I ran out of things to do. Since I've got a few of you here, I recently put out a drum master class for Serum. It's pretty kick-ass, and it's very cheap, like hella cheap. So there's that. I've got a bunch of presets and samples available on alchemy.com. You all should totally join my Discord and submit to the everyday quick play spells, which does not cost you any money. But if you want something to kind of hold you accountable for making some stuff every day, you can submit 15-second things. If you're familiar with Upscale, it's pretty much just my own version of it, except I play it on stream at the beginning every time I go live. The rules are it can be no longer than 15 seconds and it needs to be safe for work. Other than that, I don't really care. I don't really care what it is. But yeah. All right. I think my body's telling me stuff that I need to listen to. So I'm going to hop off and get ready to make dinner. But much love, guys. If anybody has any questions, you can find me on the Discord. I'm pretty prompt, but thanks for hanging out with me today. We'll be back on Wednesday, and I'll probably be doing some more sound design stuff. Take it easy, everybody. Enjoy. Much love. I'll see you Wednesday. Goodbye.